Traffic towards the inside has the rail, and then it is Sabrine who races in third. A few more lengths back to Miss Pab in fourth, and Quiet Horizons at the tail of the field. Two distinct flights and about 9 lengths from top to bottom as they navigate the first turns. 6.5 furlongs to go. Our Girl Faith has a lead by 2 open lengths. Sabrine in the red blinkers outside in second. In traffic, white blinkers towards the inside third, then a space of 6 lengths to Miss Pab, who's about 3.5 lengths in front of Quiet Horizon, who's at the tail of the field as they race up the backstretch. Our Girl Faith has a lead by just about a length. Sabrine's on the outside, harassing in second. In traffic, white blinkers in third, 2 lengths off the lead, a gap of about 7 lengths to Miss Pab, who's a clear-cut fourth, and another 7 lengths to Quiet Horizon, who's at the tail of the field. Entry into the far turn. Our Girl Faith on top, the lead to length and a half, too. Sabrine tries to bridge the gap in second. In traffic, ground saving around both turns in third. Then 7 lengths back to Miss Pab, who's 3 lengths in front of Quiet Horizon, who trails the field. As they wind their way to the quarter pole, it's Our Girl Faith who has the lead by 4. Sabrine is niggled upon to keep up in second. In traffic's under a drive in third. Miss Pab's in fourth. Quiet Horizon trails the field. They're in upper stretch, and it's all Our Girl Faith. Our Girl Faith widens the lead to 8 lengths. Sabrine will be all out to hold on for second. Then it's In Traffic. Quiet Horizon's up the inside. 16th to go. It's Our Girl Faith, the 6-5 second choice to win this race comfortably. Sabrine second. In Traffic third. Quiet Horizon fourth. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in about 20 minutes at 1:29 p.m. And they're off. It's Journey of 5 who's barreling out for the front end. Who's got the tip is on the outside. And going for the front end, who's got the tip? Journey of 5, Spar for the early lead. Divorced, of course, wants off the inside in third. Jason Liam further out in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. A gap of about 3 lengths to Darmos to the inside of Rochelle My Belle. Whole field's covered by 5 lengths as they reach the backstretch. Journey of 5 has the lead. Who's got the tip, though? Right alongside. They're more or less on even terms. As it's Jason Liam in the 4-path. As it's Divorced, of course, 3 wide. Rochelle My Belle right behind the leaders in 5th, and 2.5 lengths off the lead, and a gap of 3.5 lengths to Dharma, who's content to sit at the back of the pack as they pass the half-mile pole. Journey of 5, who's got the tip? First and second, Jason Liam outside in third. Divorced, of course, behind horses fourth. Rochelle My Belle now loops up to the outside fifth, 2.5 off the lead, and 5 lengths back to Dharma, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Journey of 5, Rochelle My Belle. Rochelle My Belle from a stalking position into a leading position, though deep on the course, has the lead as they reach the top of the stretch. Jason Liam, who's got the tip? Journey of 5, second, third, and fourth. Divorced, of course, will try and squeeze through at the fence as they got 1 furlong to go. It's Rochelle My Belle is homeward bound, has the lead by 2. Jason Liam shaking up on the outside. Divorced, of course, towards the inside. And then in fourth, that's Dharma in deep stretch. Rochelle My Belle, Divorced, of course, a final try. Rochelle My Belle holds. Photo for second, Divorced, of course, and Jason Liam. The superfecta daily double pick 3 wagering. There's a pick 4 that starts on race number 3. Post time for race 3 in 18 minutes at 1:58. And they're off a hop in the air at the start for Supreme Song, but he's still pretty much with the front group. It's King's Leap and Love That Bird who go out for the lead. Supreme Song's up the inside, up into second. Retail Man settles in fourth, and 3 lengths to Ice Time, who's at the back of the pack as they take on that first turn. It's Love That Bird on top by 3 parts of a length. Supreme Song backs off in second. King's Leap, the big favorite, races in third. And then it's Retail Man and Ice Time at the back. About 5 lengths from top to bottom as they angle on to the backstretch. The gray, Love That Bird on top. The lead's just about a length. Supreme Song's in second. King's Leap, 3 wide up the backstretch in third. As it's Ice Time, yellow blinkers in fourth, and a half length back to Retail Man, who trails the field. As they travel up the backstretch, Love That Bird and Supreme Song continue to duel for the top spot as it's King's Leap in third and 4 lengths off the lead to the outside of Ice Time, and a length and a half back to Retail Man, who trails the field. as they make the entry into the far turn. Supreme Song pokes the head in front of Love That Bird. But now King's Leap with a decisive move. Now a half length off the lead, and King's Leap in a blink of an eye from third up into the lead, and the favorite is in charge as they reach the top of the stretch. It's King's Leap on top. Supreme Song left in his wake in second. Ice Time down the center of the course in third as they run down to mid-stretch. It's King's Leap who's on top by 7 lengths. Ice Time now up into second. Supreme Song in third. Retail Man in fourth. 16th to go. King's Leap leads by 4 over Ice Time. Will make the margin a little bit closer, but it's King's Leap who's your winner. Ice Time second. Retail Man third. Supreme Song fourth. From Finger Lakes, scratch number 7, production credit. J.M. Rahina, jockey changed on number 1, Victory Built. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, the gate. And they're off. Looks like a good start. Brock Monanoff sends out for the lead. Smoking Alone, flashing early speed. Max Foster splits those two. And then it's Victory Built at the fence. Stone Guitar backs off the pace in fifth. 3 lengths off the lead. Then a half length to Hot Rod Lincoln, who's to the outside of Rebel Empire, who's at the back of the pack. About 5.5, 6 from top to bottom. Less than a half mile to go. The Speedster, Brock Monanoff's on the front end. Max Foster applying the heat outside in second. Stone Guitar, Victory Built, Smoking Alone, third, fourth, and fifth. 2 lengths to Rebel Empire's out of last. Hot Rod Lincoln trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Brock Monanoff trying to inch away from Max Foster, who's niggled upon to keep up. Stone Guitar, green blinkers outside in third. And then it's Rebel Empire who'll have to go very wide in fourth as they turn into the home stretch. And it's Brock Monanoff who turns him in. Has a lead but now by about 2.5. Max Foster is all over the racetrack trying to re-rally in second. And then it's Rebel Empire in third. Brock Monanoff's under some heavy pressures with the lead by 2 lengths. Max Foster, final trial on the outside. Brock Monanoff will not slow down today. Brock Monanoff wins by almost 2. Max Foster second. Rebel Empire third. Stone Guitar 90 dime super, $3.77, 50-cent pick 3, $10.85. Fifth race, Finger Lakes. Scratch number 3, heads or tails, and gate. And they're off. Outside 2 broke the best. Frank's Art and Central Love now joined by Mr. JT at the fence in third. Now going out for the lead as well. 3 across the track early on. Trapped a Dream to the inside of Ring Good, fourth and fifth, and 3.5 lengths to Flash Kiss, who trails the field. Mr. JT with a big surge up the backstretch gets that lead by a length and a half over Central Love in second. Frank's Art stalks outside third. Trapped the Dream towards the inside fourth. 3 parts for length to Ring Good in fifth, and 4 lengths to Flash Kiss, who trails the field. 3 furlongs to go in this race. Mr. JT on top. Frank's Art attacks on the outside second. Central Love's is shuffled third. 2 lengths Trap the Dream gets off the inside fourth. Ring Good under pressure fifth, and a length back to Flash Kiss, who trails the field, and about 8 lengths off the lead but gets a good trip into the stretch, does Flash Kiss. As they turn into the lane, it's Mr. JT who is sent down for the drive. Frank's Art is in second. Flash Kiss up the inside in third, 3 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Mr. JT leads by 2 lengths. Frank's Art, Flash Kiss second and third. Trap the Dream outside fourth. Deep stretch. Mr. JT holds sway to win. Flash Kiss, I think, 50-cent pick 5, $54. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. There are no scratches. Put J.M. Rahina on number 4, Vaunted. Exact, they're all on the gate. And they're off. Good start. Paint the line. Outside post going out for the lead. Sweet Julian flashing early speed. Vaunted joins the fray up the inside. Someone lost a shoe up the backstretch. It's with Dashing Speed, who tracks in fourth to the outside of John's in charge in fifth. Drive-throughs towards the inside 6, a gap of 4 lengths. Back to connect the Brox to the inside of Night Spot, and 3 lengths to Skellick Island, who brings up the rear. Onto the turn, it's Vaunted who has the lead by a half length. Sweet Julian in pursuit in second. Paint the line. The 3 to 5 favorite ranges up outside third, 2 lengths off the lead. John's in charge, mid-pack in fourth. Then in fifth, that is with Dashing Speed. 3 more lengths back to Night Spot in sixth. Then it's Drive Through with Dashing Speed, or make that connect the Brock splits horses. trying to advance from the back of the pack. We'll go one from the outside. Connect the Brox is closing in. Look out for Connect the Brox to the outside. All the meanwhile, it's Johnson Charge who has a lead by a length over Vaunted, who's fully extended. Connect the Brox on the outside, up into second. 16th to go. Johnson Charge tries to fend off Connect the Brox, and John's in Charge will do exactly that. Connect the Brox second. Skellick Island rallied late for third. Paint the Sail. Exacta Try, Superfecta, Daily Double Wagering. Win Place Show, 21 minutes to race number 7. In the gate. And they're off. Half a step tardy, Eastern Star. It's World Bank who blasts out for the front end. Lady Banker, Zen Liu are on the outside, second and third. The gray Eastern Star plays catch up in fourth. Miss American Pie, the Chalks in fifth and 5.5 lengths off the lead. A length back to Princess Cairo, who's about 3 lengths in front of Change Order, who brings up the rear. 3 abreast, half mile to go. Zen Liu, Lady Banker, and now World Bank gets shuffled in third. Miss American Pie glides up to the outside in fourth. Eastern Star mid-pack in fifth. 2 lengths back to Princess Cairo, who's 2.5 in front of Change Order, who trails the field. Midway on the turn, Zen Liu emerges out of the 3-horse speed battle, has the lead by 3 open lengths. Miss American Pie is under pressure to the outside of Lady Banker for second. World Bank's towards the inside. Eastern Star splitting rivals. The gray up into about a joint third and 5 lengths off the lead of Zen Liu. Zen Liu has 1 furlong to last, on top by 4. Eastern Star's up the inside. Lady Banker, Miss American Pie are next. 16th to go. Zen Liu is fatigued. Eastern Star gets the chance to pass Zen Liu. Zen Liu, Eastern Star. Eastern Star nails her. Zen Liu second. Then it was Miss American. Racing Partners bred Eastern Star. It's 2 wins on the card for Paul Barrow and Jeremiah Flores. And they're off. Toast to Success, Starship Astrology. These two rush out for the lead. Bourbon Blanket's going to be stuck out wide with Digital Currency. It's Ruby's Pearl who's saving all the ground towards the inside. A few more lengths back to Anna V, who runs along in 6th. And then in 7th place, Malibu's Dynamite, who's to the inside of Secord, who's at the back of the pack and about 13 lengths off the lead. As they transition to the backstretch, it's Starship Astrology. On top, the lead's about 3. Ruby's Pearl, White Blinkers in second. Toast to Success races in third. Bourbon Blanket wide up the backstretch in fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Digital Currency is in fifth, and 3 lengths to Anna V, who's about 1.5 lengths in front of Malibu's Dynamite, and a space of 5 lengths to Secord, who's in the 8th and trailing position. As they have a half mile to go in this race, and it's Starship Astrology. The lead's been whittled down to a length. Ruby's Pearl's under pressure. It's Bourbon Blanket on the outside, who's threatening the lead of Starship Astrology, and Bourbon Blanket takes over from Starship Astrology. Digital Currencies on the outside, bettering her position up into second. And then in fifth, Malibu's Dynamite, who'll soon be up into third as the complexion of this race changes with a 1/4 mile left to travel. It's Digital Currency who's on top. Bourbon Blanket now shifts to the outside with a sudden move. Malibu's Dynamite's next. Secord's on the grandstand side. They got 3/16 to go. Digital Currency and Bourbon Blanket. These two clash for the top spot with 1 furlong to go. Malibu's Dynamite's at third, but 6 lengths off the lead. A struggle between Digital Currency and Bourbon Blanket as they pass the 16th pole. Digital Currency towards the inside. Bourbon Blanket outside. It's a photo, and Bourbon Blanket came back on the outside. Got a good bob there with Digital Currency. Double $39.40, exacta $66.50. Try $42.12. Super $36.20. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. Got about 59 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race. No changes. No changes in the opener. Race number 2. Scratch number 4, Aram Carliani. Aram Carliani, a scratch from race number 2. Race number 3. No changes. Race number 4. Scratch number 6, Gonna Be Surprised. Race 4, scratch number 6, Gonna Be Surprised. 5th race. Scratch number 7, Johnny No Time. Number 7, Johnny No Time, a defection in race number 5. Race number 6. Scratch part of the entry number 1A, Oh, Mrs. Maisel. Scratch number 5, 1010. Oh, Mrs. Maisel, 1010. 1A and 5 out of the 6. Number 3, Carol Said No, 2 over. The 8 runs with hind shoes on. 7th race. Scratch number 3, Banco Medici. Scratch number 6, Big Prankster. Banco Medici, Big Prankster, 3 and 6 out of the 7th. 8th and final. Scratch both halves of the entry. The 1, Sweet Tooth Sue, and the 1A, MAS Screws. Sweet Tooth Sue, MAS Screws, the 1 and 1A out of the 8th race. And a jockey change on the 8 Cup Right to Carlos Camilo. Carlos Camilo on the 8 Cup Right. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Got about 57 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun. And good luck.
Another day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Nice day out there for some horse racing. I'm Dave Mattice. We got 8 races on today's card. Always a chance to make some money. We got, of course, a couple pick 5s. Remember, 2 pick 5s on our wagering menu. The first one starts in the first, then the last 5 races of the day. So what would that be? The 4th race today. So 8 of them. Yesterday, I would say the track played relatively fair for most of the day. As multiple trainers and jockeys got wins. I think the most notable win was, of course, King's Leap. It was a small field, but the horse looked good. Was supposed to win, but looked real good in victory, coming off the 3rd place finish in the New York Derby. Ferraro's done a good job with that one. Louis Perez aboard King's Leap for the victory yesterday. Yeah, I did think he had to. If you got stuck with a wide trip last time, yesterday, it was really tough to overcome. Really tough to overcome. You almost had to try to, if you're trying to close ground, kind of make a move up the inside, and that was kind of the trend yesterday. But it did seem, I'm going to call the track relatively fair for the Tuesday card. Yeah, so we got 8 of them today. We are going to start off with a 5,000 claimer going 5.5. Of course, we start that early, pick 5. Yeah, I'm looking at it. This was an interesting one because you got 2 of them in here in the first from the same trainer, from the same barn. And Flores rode both of them, and I was kind of surprised. He went to the 2, Bustin Pietre. Now, the only thing that I'm assuming is there isn't a lot of speed in the race, so maybe they're going to try to send Bustin Pietre. I don't know, because Flowing River is the better of the 2 horses, so not sure why he went that direction, unless that is how they're going to plan on doing the race and trying to win for that owner, is put Bustin Pietre on the front end, even though Flowing River is faster. Bustin Pietre from the inside, and Flowing River doesn't need the lead, so maybe he's going to raid on the outside. Unsure, but I tend to think Flowing River's the better of the 2 horses. And, last time, got beat by a real good one who would beat this field. And the thing with Flowing River last time, he got off slow. He's probably best in there anyway, and he's trying to close ground. He's normally in the race early. He actually did make a nice late move against a better field than this one, and still didn't get beat all that badly. Max Foster gave him a run, but Max Foster's going good nowadays. The Flowing River did put up a good number despite dropping a 5,000 a couple races ago. So, yeah, I don't know. I generally usually go with the jockey when the jockey goes a certain direction when he rides both of them. But in this case, I just think Flowing River's a better horse. But, we'll see. That's I don't blame anybody for betting Bustin Pietre because Flores goes that way. They're generally right. I mean, when jockeys have their choice, they ride them. They get on them in the morning. They ride them on race days. They know which horse is going better. And Bustin Pietre, who did take advantage of a paceless race. I mean, he had to win that race. There's absolutely no speed in there. Was probably a gift at 3-2 or whatever he went off because there was no pace, and he was better than most of the field anyway. But yeah, he does have some speed. Flowing River's faster, but there really is no other speed in here. I mean, Bay Bank didn't show as much speed last time as he did in previous years. That maybe if they put Bustin Pietre on the lead and rate Flowing River, Bustin Pietre could be the one that could be dangerous to win. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. That's why I used him 1-2 and used Bustin Pietre second. Now, I did like Gandy Dancing last time. It was kind of my long shot of the day. He actually took some late money. The problem last time was he found himself too far out of it. And maybe this horse doesn't have the same kind of early speed to stay close like he used to, because I was surprised that he was so far out of the race. I mean, they went 23 for the first quarter, and this horse is, at least 5 or 6 lengths out of it. You can't win doing that. Not at 5.5 furlongs. Not with a horse like Gandy Dancing, who likes to be close. But he does come out of a good race. The horse Can't Beat Me is a pretty good one. Was facing tougher, and we all know that our old man Winner always fires at the bottom level. So I still think he ran a good race. He just didn't have much for early speed. But at least he made a nice little late run. But just too far out of it. He can't find himself in the same situation and think he's going to win here either. But I do give this horse a big chance if he shows a little more speed to be in the race than he did last time, because there isn't much speed in here where they do a 23 first quarter and you're a few lengths out of it, you're not going to win. Now, if they do a 23 first quarter or 22 and 4, and this horse is within a couple lengths, he's got a good chance to win. I'm going to go 7-2-5 in race number 1. Seem to overanalyze the first race of the day. We just get a little excited for the card and look a a little too much into it. Second race, scratch the 4, Aaron Clarney. It is a $5,000 maiden claimer. Yeah, I mean, drop downs win this condition a lot, and obviously there's a reason for that. They're running against better competition, they're better horses, and then you get a bunch of these 5,000 maidens because the race keeps getting win by drop downs. The 5,000 maidens just stay there all season long. They can make multiple starts. Horses keep dropping down and winning the condition. I think that could be the case here. I mean, it's a significant drop for Mission Avenue. And now it's a scary drop considering the last race wasn't good for Mission Avenue. Maybe that's why they're giving up on the horse a little bit. But the previous starts, she was competitive, at least somewhat competitive, against the 3-year-old maiden special weights. Yeah, she's got the Dean Avenue. Dean Avenues have been fairly good, especially early in their career. You got Honorable Avenue, Jackson Avenue, Dale Avenue, who started off that one's career pretty well for the breeds. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe try to get a confidence builder, get her to break her maiden, drop her to 5 today. Seems like she's got a class edge on these. Again, scary drop considering she's coming off just a bad effort. But I'm going to use her on top. It's a pretty weak group. And mention, you got a few of them in here, even though it's a small field, that might be 5,000 maidens for a long time. That's the case with Crystal. Crystal, she's been a maiden, and it's not like she runs badly. This horse hits the board a lot. She does make a good account of herself. She just is having trouble getting through the maiden condition. Sometimes that's good for horses like this, that they keep getting checks. But she ran a good race. It was a nice bounce back race for Crystal, who had a couple races in a row where she had no excuse and really didn't run that well. But last time, she sat back a little bit more, made a nice move, but Chigasteca, more of the deeper closer, was able to go by her as that race did fall apart. So it was actually good tactics by Joel Cruz. She just got beat by a better closer, and then she's trying to close. So it just shows some versatility. She can be on the front. She could sit just off. I would expect her to be close in here, just because there isn't much for early speed in the race. That seems to be a thing here for these 5,000 maidens. Not too many speed horses. And when you do have a horse with good early speed at the bottom, they win. They get through that condition with everybody chasing. But lately, we haven't had those types that there isn't much speed in the race. But Crystal, how do you not use the horse in the top 3 against the rest of them? So, somebody's got to be third. Now, Catalina Fina, I don't know what to expect from that horse. I also don't know how to say it, obviously. That was a little Oscar horse. Had one start, didn't get bet, didn't show anything, drops. More bred for turf. I don't know what to do with the horse. Same thing with War Terminatrix. More bred for turf and probably synthetic than she is for dirt. And that's been the problem, and that's why she's been stuck in the maiden condition. But she's also had some bad racing luck. You'll see some really horrible trips that War Terminatrix has had. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that she probably doesn't like the surface or getting used to the surface. I don't want to say she doesn't like the surface. Horses can run on anything. They just prefer certain surfaces that's in the breeding. I do find it very interesting how horses are in the breeding is the surfaces that they like. Does anybody? Obviously we play the horses, we handicap the horses, and we definitely use that as a handicapping tool. We know that horses prefer certain surfaces, but think about that from a human standpoint. Do we walk or run better on the cement than we do on the grass or dirt? It's funny to think about, but War Terminatrix obviously is a horse that's bred for the turf and likes the turf better, but she's going to find easier competition here at Finger Lakes on the dirt, and that's why she's been competitive in these races. So I like her chances in here, and she's had some trouble. Like I said, she's really had some poor racing luck. last time problem at the gate, the race before a wide trip. She's been a little bit green when she first came here, trying to get used to the dirt surface. But after you get by Mission Avenue and Crystal, if this horse gets a good trip, she's going to be there, at least to be third. So I'm going to go with the 1, 6, and 2 in the second. Okay, third race. Third race, it's the Engleharts versus the Sauls. As we got a small field for an allowance race, but really tough to go against Sorority Prank, who, his biggest rival could be Hey Toby with Raylu aboard, but Sorority Prank has been pretty impressive in his few starts. Now, he didn't win by much last time, but again, King's Leap, the horse that was second, man, that horse is good. I mean, he just dominated a small field. It was supposed to win yesterday, but Sorority Prank certainly got some pressure from that horse. I do think King's Leap's a little better than Hey Toby, but it was distance back to the rest of the field, and interesting enough, Morvino, I mean, that one cut back in distance and pulled off a nice upset victory. So the race, even though it shows a narrow victory, was a better race than this one. And I think this horse has got a really good shot to make it 4 in a row. Again, really the main rival, and probably the only rival, is the 3 Hey Toby. I think the rest of them might be running for third. Hey Toby looked good. It was really a nice trip that he got under Andre Worry. Worry sat this one perfectly in second, was very patient, and took over. But Hey Toby was the best in that field coming back from New York. I actually think this horse likes Finger Lakes better anyway. Can he beat Sorority Prank? That's the other question. Now, there is some other speed in here if he wants to sit off of that horse, and probably will. I mean, Pascal Moon or Drink It Solo may try to take a bite out of Sorority Prank early and soften that one up, and really they're only helping Hey Toby if they do that. But that could be a possibility because Hey Toby doesn't need the lead. But I would think Sorority Prank from the rail is going to go to the lead today. And let's just see how I see the complexion of this race. And if Sorority Prank does get softened up at this mile distance, Hey Toby could be in good position to pull off the minor upset. Now there's 7-5 and 8-5. I would expect a little more distance in the odds between Sorority Prank and Hey Toby, because Sorority Prank's going to get some action, a lot of action. Probably more like 1-5, 2-1. Now the 2-horse Pascal Moon, it is interesting to see what the tactics will be if this horse tries to, and I would expect him to probably, coming out of the sprint races, to have some speed and maybe to put the pressure on Sorority Prank. Now how fast they go early, that I'm not sure of. But this is the horse I would most likely expect to be out there with Sorority Prank early, and that's the key to the race. If he does take anything out of Sorority Prank going at it, if they're going to go 46 and change, it does help Hey Toby if he's got a patient ride sitting just off of him under Raylu, which I expect him to do. So I'm going to go with the 1-3-2 in the third, but I could also see one of the other ones getting third if Pascal Moon gets tired, if that one tries to be too aggressive in there. Okay, fourth race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs. Scratch the 6. Gonna be surprised. Here's where got the big favorite in the third. It looks like a 2-horse race, but the fourth race, I got a little bit of an upset. Actually, a big upset according to the morning line. Sweet Carol James, 6-1 on the morning line. Only Harley has bigger odds early. Here's the thing. Again, scratch the 6. I think this is the speed of the race in race number 4. Now, it has to go 6 furlongs. You'd like the horse a lot more at 5.5. But she debuted at 5,000. It was a speed track generally for most of the day. So it was a speed track, but that race completely fell apart, and it was drop down Dharma who closed and got the win. Of course, Dharma was dropping, I think, from maiden special weights, and they did go a quick first quarter. They went 22. So I'm gauging her by that race because she ran very well, other than the other two races where she was just grossly overmatched, and she and plus she caught off tracks. So she drops in class. You got to hope the blinkers help because I like her anyway. That's one of my pet peeves. You don't like the drop downs and then the equipment change, because was it the drop or was it the equipment change that the horse won? But maybe it helps, and I think this horse is going to be on the front end. And as far as she goes, can she go all the way at 6 furlongs against this field? Hope so, because I'm picking her. But at least I got a little bit of a price at 6-1 in this race. Slow Ready, yeah, she got beat by a better horse than Stella Brown. I mean, Stella Brown was sitting on a win. Horse had just finished second with some trouble the race before, and then won. So no, I mean she was no threat at all to Stella Brown. Stella Brown won the race pretty easily. But Slow Ready was able to get up for second. I was surprised with the price. It's probably one of the easier exactas you'll have all season long. But then again, Slow Ready did just get up for second, or just held on a second. But could be the same situation here. She's probably the horse to beat. I just think that Sweet Carol James might have a little bit of a tactical edge in this field, just being the main speed. And I like to take a shot because I think Slow Ready's going to be the favorite in here based on just people playing off the numbers. Off the second place finish, she looks tough. Now, I did use Starship Kit Kat for third. I mean, Frisbee B is the favorite. I mean, I can't fault anybody for playing the barn. I mean, John Buckley has been just on a tear this year. I just simply couldn't find an excuse for Frisbee B last time. Broke well. Actually, horse broke right to the front. Outbroke the field. And then Kevin was easy with the horse, kind of held the position. There's another horse that came up the inside and just ran along with that one and got beat by Chizoteka, the closer, in 108 and change. To me, that's no excuse. I mean, she's going to have to run better than that. I know it's not much of a field here either, but to take her on top, I got no excuse. Of course, how many times have I said that, and then the horse wins anyway with an improvement. But she'll have to improve off of that race. So I did take Starship Kit Kat for third. Switches to the journeyman Joel Cruz after a couple shots at 5,000, but I mean, she's not running very well. She didn't have that great of a start last time, but it's not like she showed any type of moves to win the race. So maybe the move to the journeyman might help. I don't know. She's going to have to improve a lot too to win this race, but she was running against tougher on a different surface at Gulfstream, so she's got the most room to improve, especially as well bred as she is, running at the bottom level. So I'm going to go the 3-5-7-1 in the fourth race. Take a little bit of a shot in there at a price. Hope it works out. All right, fifth race. Scratch the 7. Johnny No Time. Man, I like that horse today. That would have been my top choice. Never really had a chance to see because the horse scratched early. 5-1 morning line. Guess I don't have to talk about it. Yeah, so Dracula, very well-bred horse, and this is one of those where I'm a little scared to take this horse on top, not because I'm scared of vampires, but just because it's a scary drop. I'm a little scared of vampires, to be honest. They're stronger than I am. Not much, but they are. Dracula does have 3 starts. It's never been on a fast dirt racetrack, but I got to look at the first start because the other 2 races are mile races on the turf. And the thing with the Gulfstream Park race was in the mud. It was the debut, and the horse was chasing. And when you're chasing, you're going to fade. And that's basically what he did. What I like about it is, with that chase, he actually did show a little bit of speed compared to this field, chasing a very, very fast pace. I mean, they went 21 and change and 44 and change that particular race. And that's 6 furlongs. So it actually is a better race than what it appears. I mean, it's not a horse that's sitting back and trying to make a run. It's a horse that's chasing after that pace and didn't fade all that badly. Couple turf races. Obviously, this horse hasn't worked out that they're giving up on the horse and dropping him to 5. So, well bred. It's out of an unraced mare. The unraced mare costs a lot of money, $160,000 as a yearling. The dam is a half to a multiple graded stakes winner, Awesome Humor. I think that one won a grade 1 as well. A real good one. That the dam is a half to that one. Of course, Authentics have been pretty good. You probably want more distance than 5.5, but I mean, this one, yeah, and it said, well, but this one did cost $85,000 as a yearling. You look at the race, who's the speed? The one. Dream Along With Me. That one's not that fast. So my thinking is Dracula's going to be in the race early and get first run on some of the other rivals. Now, there are other drop downs in here. You have the 10, King Spirit, who I thought ran actually a great race against Banker Blaney. I don't know what's happened since, but to run second to Banker Blaney, I know it wasn't a threat to beat Banker Blaney that day, but followed the horse around the track. It was only 5 furlongs. He still ran second to Banker Blaney. The next 2 starts I don't know, did something go awry with this horse? Because he's really shown nothing since. Maybe some problems at the gate. I mean, I see the comment lines of, fractious gate, hit the gate at the start, and maybe that's becoming an issue, how this horse is coming out of the gate. But what's going to help King Spirit, and why you got to use the horse, is dropping a 5. A horse that ran second to Banker Blaney's dropping a 5. I'm going to use the horse first or second. I use him second. Just second, just because I'm worried that he's going the wrong direction since then. The 5 is Whiskey Friends. I'm not a drinker, so I don't know how to pronounce this one. Should be listed as a first-time gelding. I'll have to double-check that, but it does list this horse as a first-time gelding in the racing form. Also goes first-time Lasix. Comes off a little bit of a layoff. Didn't run that badly against tougher. It was against restricted 3-year-old New York breds and ran third. Again, another one that's a little bit of a scary drop, that they don't try the 11 and 9 or the special weights. They come here and go right down to 5,000 off of a layoff. That's a little scary. And the horse is gelded. They usually is a good angle here, Finger Lakes, in the past. I picked up on that a long time ago before they announced and came up with some winners. But Whiskey Friends, got to use a horse in the top 3. It's a top trainer. Get the top jockey from the last 2 years, and dropping this sharply in class by Speitster. See another one by Speitster that was good here. For 4th, I'll throw in Burning Money, sticking with the drop-down trend here, and kind of mentioned at the beginning of the show where I said these maiden races, you're seeing it a lot, especially the last couple of years, where the big drop-downs keep winning the race, keep getting drop-downs, and you're getting these bottom maidens that are just running in the condition all year long. They get checks. But Burning Money drops, and this horse could be considered too. It was kind of a speed favoring racetrack when Deputy Tremont did 107. I mean, that horse didn't have the lead, but had first run. And then last time, didn't run that well. Didn't fire at all. So it drops now, but it's a big drop and was competitive in the past against much tougher competition. If it's the Burning Money that ran third to Deputy Tremont in that race in June, he's got a good shot to win this race, at least to be in the exacta try. If the horse that ran last time finished off the board in 7th, if that Burning Money runs, he might have a tough time making it into the number. But I'm going to use him 4th. I went with a 4:10.59 in the 5th. Remember, that race starts the late pick 4. Not a bad wager either. It's 50 cents. You don't have to spend a lot of money to hit it, as long as you got the right horses. 6 race 11-9 claimer, never won 3 for fillies and mares. We do scratch the 1A, Oh Mrs. Maisel, and scratch the 5, 10-10. Kind of significant scratches. They were pace threats in this race. Tricky race. I went to the outside, and again, this is a kind of a tricky read. This is a 5-year-old mare that's still a 2-time winner and hasn't had a lot of starts. Talking about Lady Laban, and there's also a question mark of the distance. I mean, this horse has been primarily going a route, a lot of those races on the turf. But the route races on the dirt aren't bad. Actually, the last victory was on a fast dirt track. Problem was, it was a mile. So, just going to give this one a slight edge here because it is 6 furlongs, a distance that he's only run once in his career, in her career. She's turning back a distance, changing surfaces. So there's a lot of differences here. I mean, some of these horses are familiar with each other. Ruby's Mission, Carol said no, come out of the same race. It did turn out to be a pretty decent race for the level. Shahana could improve off of her last race. Nurse Bunny probably ran the best race of her career. And Red Butterfly, expect that one to improve second time out. And obviously you got the Michael S. Ferraro, Sofia Vivas angle there too. So I just think numbers-wise and class-wise, even though not a lot of experience on the dirt, does have the one win, only one win, and only made 4 starts in the dirt. Her numbers on the dirt in those mile races are still better than these horses. And I think she could run 112. And I think that's what they're going to run this race in, if the 112 at the fastest. So that to me is a reason to like Lady Laban. Just a little bit of a class edge on this field, but a little concerned about the distance. I do have a little bit of a price for second. Ruby's Mission. Now, did have a little bit of a stutter step at the start. That's a good comment. I guess that's what you would call it. But she ended up getting a good trip after that. I mean, she was able to save some ground. But the problem is, I say she got a good trip, but it's not the trip that she wants. She wants to be more in the race. At least the Ruby's Mission of the past did, where she was on or near the lead, not necessarily on it, but with the pace, and not trying to sit back and make a run. That's not the way, at least in the past, that she's had the most success. That's not her running style. And she did find herself with a little bit to do. No other excuse, because she did get a nice trip, saving ground on the inside and then trying to make a run. If she obviously breaks a little sharper, gets in the race, another race that doesn't have a lot of speed in it, she could be out there with the speed because there's not a lot of speed. Like I said, the Miss Maisel in 10-10 probably would have been the speed in this particular race because there just isn't any. So I'll use Ruby's Mission, a little bit of a price for second. Carol said no, has had a little bit of speed in the past. She comes out of the same race, actually finished ahead of Ruby's Mission. The only thing about Carol said no, although I do like her a little more going 6 furlongs, it did seem like she was ever a threat. It was more of a horse that kind of just made a late move passing some of the tired horses. That's just what it seems, because let's face it, the winner was tons the best. The winner had kind of a wide trip, just took over and won for fun. Carol said no, sat back, made the one run. Good job by Heeman Harkey, and ran second. I didn't really see a big issue with the start, but she could be in the race a little bit more too. But the fact that it's 6 furlongs, this should be a better distance for her. And I would say you have to use her as well. I mean, I could use all 4 of my top choices here, especially in pick 4s and pick 5s, because she can improve going the extra half furlong. Notice Both of her career wins have been at 6 furlongs. I say the only knock would be, I don't think she ran particularly great. Like she wasn't a threat at the winner, but she did pass some horses. Again, that's a positive though, because she's going 3/4 today. Mentioned Red Butterfly. She's got every reason to improve her second start off the layoff, and she drops in class. I just don't think she has the numbers to win. This is a tough field for the 11-9. If she's got to improve her number in order to win, even though she's dropping. So it's almost like it's not a drop for Red Butterfly. Although Mommy Joe Dreams, I don't think Mommy Joe Dreams would have to win this 11-9 today. But I would expect Red Butterfly to improve. She drops, figures to be in the number somewhere. What do I got? 8, 2, 3, 1. I would take any of those horses. Even Shannon, make sure I say Shahana would be another one to consider. That's a good spread race for me if I'm playing pick 4s and pick 5s. It's hard to really like anybody. Even my top choice, there's a lot of question marks about. All right, 7th race. We scratched the 3, Banco Medici, and scratched the 6, Big Prankster. Tough entry here for my Purple Haze stable and Chris Engelhart. Creation of Adam did take advantage of a speed favoring track, was able to flash enough sprint speed to get out there with Paint the Line, although I thought Paint the Line probably would have won if he was a little more aggressive early. But Creation of Adam went around the track with him. And the thing about that is he was off a long layoff. Yes, he was with the track, and yes, they bet him, so they must have knew he was sharp, but he was off for 11 months and won a sprint race, not even his best distance. So that says a lot for Creation of Adam. Although I think Aries Magic might even be better. So you got 2 for the price of 1. Aries Magic is more of the sprinter anyway. He shortens up to 5.5 as it is. Now, it wasn't the strongest of field that he beat. He didn't beat much for a 2 lifetime allowance field. But he drops off of the win. I mean, that's kind of big. Even though, like I said, it wasn't a tough field for an allowance race, so it's not necessarily a big drop here for Aries Magic. But I think he's actually capable of a better race than what he ran last time when you look at the New York races. A little bit inconsistent in those races, but when he does run his race, he's awfully tough. This is a tough entry for my Purple Ace stable and Chris Engelhart. I thought the main threat would be the 4, This Time Yes. I just look at the last race. I mean, Coin Jar was the speed and was just gone. And This Time Yes actually ran well. If you remember, when this horse first came here, dropped in class to 5, and yeah, I had a for sale sign on him, but man, did that horse ever win for fun. I mean, it was tough time keeping the rest of them in the camera when this one dominated that 5,000 field. So obviously, he was better than the 5,000 lifetime. So they stepped him up to the 11-9, and he's good enough to win at this level, looking at the back class. And he just ran into a horse that was a little bit better and had a tactical edge. The number's good. The number is good enough to compete against the strong Engelhart entry. I don't know how they're 7-2. I'd be honest. Bastino Centino is the morning line favorite. I guess he is going good as far as first and the third. I do think he's going to have to run better than last time. The only thing is he might be the speed of the race. The key to Bastino Centino, if he's going to win this race, he's probably got to get the lead on last drink. That's the key. And get a clear lead, or he's not going to beat the entry or I guess a stablemate, but so yeah, and that's the funny thing is the entry's 7-2, Bastino Santino's 5-2. Who do you like better with those odds? But the thing is, Bastino Santino does have a chance to win this race if speed is good and he's able to get out there to the lead. So I'm going to go with a 1, 4, and 5 in race number 7. All right, 8th race is the last race. We are going to scratch both parts of the entry. It's one of the things I'll never understand, how you have a vet scratch and then a part of entry scratch. Well, they're no longer an entry anymore after the vet scratch. But anyway, however it is, they scratch both of the one entry. Island Ride takes another drop. This is a good angle. We saw the winner. I think the last race on Monday was a horse that did the same move. You run against allowance, you don't win. You run against the 11 and 9s, you don't win. Now let's run against the 5,000s, we'll win. That seems to be the move here for Island Ride. Now, we'll see early you could go to school because Carol Said No and Ruby's Mission are in a race earlier. So you would hope those horses run 1, 2, or at least second and third in that race to like Island Ride even that much more. But again, it's still better than the 5,000 claimers either way. So the drop in class is probably good enough to win here. He was actually favored over Light Thoughts. Man, that one turned out to be pretty good. Now, the 7, My Royal Vow. Yeah, it's been a while since this horse won. I mean, he keeps running second and third. He tried going long. He tries going short. He runs the same race. He runs a good race. He's just not getting his nose in front. Well, maybe sometimes it's the pace flow. Sometimes it's when you make the move with the horse. Obviously, well-bred, Broken Vow should have loved the off-track last time and missed the board. But a lot of it didn't get a great trip. A lot of this horse is a good-sized horse and maybe more of a plotter type, making that a little bit of a move. And it doesn't matter if it's 5.5, it's 6, it's a mile. That's just the kind of horse she is nowadays. But it's hard not to use her here. And I do think she has a chance to win if Island Ride doesn't have it. She's the other one. I'm going to use her second. Grab the Glory has a chance to improve. Second start off the layoff. She does have some good races, but she's going to have to improve a lot. I mean, she's in the waiver claim a lot. She ran third in a bad race, so that's why I say that. So she's going to have to improve a lot off of that last effort. So those are my picks for the Wednesday card. This will be the last race day of the week. Remember, 1:15. We're a little bit later today. That's Wednesdays only. We're going to still do that for the month of August. We'll go back to a 1 o'clock first post on Monday and Tuesday. So Monday will be our next race day, 1 o'clock first post. See you then.
Horses coming on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. There's number 1 Bay Bank and Caber Coa. Number 2, Buston Pietre and Jeremias Flores. Number 3 is Anything Passable and Nasario Alvarado. Number 4, Tommy the Torch, Joel Cruz. Number 5 is Gandy Dancing, Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Invaluable Will, Heman Harkey. And number 7 is Flowing River and Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in just a few minutes. approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. And a field of 7 to go 5.5 furlongs. 8-5 favorite number 2, Bustin Pietre. Anything Passable, Tommy the Torch, Gandy Dancing, Invaluable Will, and Flowing River. Flowing River to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Bad start for Bustin Pietre, who's last. It's Gandy Dancing, one of many sending out for the lead. Flowing Rivers on the outside with Invaluable Will, followed up by Bay Bank at the fence in 4th. Then in 5th, that is Tommy the Torch, a space of 4 lengths to Anything Passable, who's to the inside of slow starting Bustin Pietre at the tail. On to the turn. It's Flowing River, Invaluable Will, 1st and 2nd. Gandy Dancing with a burst of energy outside, going closer in 3rd, 2 lengths off the lead. A gap of 4 lengths to Bustin Pietre to the inside of Tommy the Torch, 4th and 5th. Bay Bank shuffle back 2nd last, and a half length to Anything Passable, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Flowing River and Invaluable Will. These two clash for the lead in upper stretch. Gandy Dancing's in 3rd and 4 lengths off the lead, and then it's Tommy the Torch in 4th. 1 furlong to go. Flowing River gets the better of Invaluable Will. Tommy the Torch, Gandy Dancing on the outside, 3rd and 4th. In deep stretch, it's Flowing River. Flowing River will do enough to prevail by a length. Gandy Dancing surged late to get 2nd. Tommy the Torch 3rd. Invaluable Will 4th. Seven, 5, and a photo for 3rd. Number 7, Flowing River 1st. 5.5 furlongs, 106.12. Third, the 4, Tommy the Torch. Flowing River to the winner's circle, pays $5.50 to win. Flowing River, New York bred, 6-year-old dark brown gelding by Loban out of Flomar. Paul Barrow and Dennis Sweeney, the ownership. Paul Barrow, the trainer. Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. Seacoast Thoroughbreds of New England, bred Flowing River. Exacta 33.40, 50-cent trifecta, $51.87. Dime Superfacta, $30.15. Onward to race 2 from Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Aram Carliani. Exacta trifecta, Superfacta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race 2 in 20 minutes at 1:44 p.m. Want to let everyone know our next free handicapping contest for those of you on track here at Finger Lakes, Monday, August 18th. It's on races 1 through 8 from Finger Lakes, $2,500 in the prize pool, $1,000 for first. Gotta be a Lucky North Rewards member to be a part of it and register before race 1. Monday, August 18th, our next free handicapping contest here at Finger Lakes.
All right, in the paddock for the second race, and yeah, Flowing River just too good for the 5,000 claimers. It just ran into Coach Bahi last time, and plus had an excuse, so it's just too good for the field. And that one was kind of an easy winner. Manuel Di Diego for Barrows. We go to the second, bottom maiden claimer going 6 furlongs, scratch the 4, Aaron Killarney, and start with the inside horse. Actually, not the favorite right now, is Crystal taking a lot of play, but Mission Avenue takes a significant drop in class. Hit the board 2 races in a row against maiden special weights, but she had a bad effort last time and now drops all the way to the bottom. So that makes it a scary drop in that sense, that it is off a poor effort, but her previous 2 starts were really good. Obviously, both of them are good enough to beat this field. Dean Avenues has put out a bunch of good ones that have run here. You got Honorable Avenue, Jackson Avenue, Dale Avenue, the more recent ones. She was quick. But Mission Avenue has yet to put it together. And now she drops to 5, catches a weak group. Looks like the horse to beat, although not the early favorite. The early favorite is the 6, Crystal, who's had 18 starts. She's had a lot of chances, and there's been a few where she looked like the winner, but didn't get it done. It was one of her better efforts, though, last time, where she stalked and made a run, just got outclosed by the deep closer, Chickasteka, but at least it was a good bounce-back effort after a couple off-the-board finishes. She does often hit the board. It's just she's still in this maiden condition. Probably one of the easier fields that she's faced other than the drop-down Mission Avenue. Hard not to like her in the top 3. Tough to be brave enough to put her on top, but is getting a lot of support by the public. They don't care about the 18 starts. She's even money. The 2 horse is War Terminatrix. Somebody's got to be third in here. It does look like the 2 main rivals are the drop-down Mission Avenue and the longtime maiden, but consistent maiden, Crystal. So the other one that maybe plays, I mean, the 7's kind of a wild card. Catalina Fina, nothing to go off of. She only had 1 start, and she was overmatched, and that was a long time ago, back in July. Yeah, really, really difficult to figure that one. But the 2 horse War Terminatrix, her main issue is she's more bred for the turf, and she'd be better on the turf. Well, we don't have turf, but she's also had some troubled trips. So a clean trip would put her probably best of rest, maybe 2nd, 3rd, or 4th in this group. So it's just a matter of, is she handling the surface, and will she get some racing luck? Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 starts of the 2nd. Again, we do scratch the 4, Aaron Killarney.
On the track, 2nd race, Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Mission Avenue and Asario Alvarado. Number 2 is War Terminatrix and Jeremias Flores. Number 3, Queen of All My Dreams and Michael Davila Jr. Number 5, Hidden War Dance, Jose Ventura. Number 6 is Crystal, Joel Cruz. And number 7 is Catalina Fina, Rafael Rahina Jr. calling the shots. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 fillies and mares to go 6 furlongs, maiden claimers. Even money on number 1, Mission Avenue, dropping down in class. And 3-2, number 6, Crystal. And 4-1 on number 7, Catalina Fina. Hidden War Dance going up, Crystal and Catalina Fina. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Hidden War Dance and War Terminatrix. These two send out for the lead. Crystal's on the outside with Catalina Fina. It's Mission Avenue at the fence, improving up into 4th, only a length off the lead. Then it's Queen of All My Dreams, who's is at the back of the pack and about 7 lengths off the lead as they race up the backstretch to get ready to take on the far turn. War Terminatrix to the outside of Mission Avenue. It's Crystallo's on the 3 wide side, a neck off the lead. 3 lengths back to Hidden War Dance, who's to the inside of Catalina Fina's urge to keep up, and 2 lengths to the trailer, Queen of All My Dreams. 2.5 furlongs to go. Crystal with a 3 wide bid gets a narrow lead as Mission Avenue saving all the ground. War Terminatrix tries to keep position in between horses. They're clear by 7 lengths over Queen of All My Dreams in 4th as they turn into the stretch. It's Mission Avenue who cuts the corner, has a lead by a length. War Terminatrix not giving up outside 2nd. Crystal 3rd, Queen of All My Dreams towards the inside. 16th to go. A struggle between Mission Avenue and War Terminatrix. Queen of All My Dreams up the inside, but it's Mission Avenue. Mission Avenue on the drop down in class wins by a length and a half. Queen of All My Dreams 2nd, War Terminatrix 3rd, and Crystal 4th. One, 3, 2, 6. Number 1, Mission Avenue to the winner's circle. New York bred, 3-year-old Great Filly by Mission Impassable out of Dean Avenue. CB Thoroughbreds. Owns Deborah Breed trains. Nasario Alvarado, the winning jockey. Carl Burr. Bred Mission Avenue. Second race is official. 290 the winning mutual. Double 990, exacta 38.60, 50-cent try, $22.25. Dime superfecta, $6.17. Third race from Finger Lakes. An allowance race going a mile, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Daily double, pick 3 wagering. A pick 4 starts on race number 3. Post time for race 3 in about 23 minutes at 2:16 p.m.
All right, we're going to go a mile for race number 3. And Mission Avenue, well, she didn't go that fast, but it doesn't matter when they win. They get the same amount of money for the victory. Mission Avenue in a blistering 1:16 for 6 furlongs wins that one. Kind of like a 6.5 furlong race. Naz Alvarado for Deborah Breed. Time doesn't matter when you get that win picture. Third race, an allowance event. Non-winners of a state bred goes the distance of a mile, and it features a couple horses coming off victory. Sorority Prank looking for 4 in a row. He is a perfect 3 for 3 since arriving to Finger Lakes, and he's really been outstanding. He was finally challenged last time, but he was challenged by a good one. King's Leap ran 3rd in the New York Derby, and then yesterday strutted his stuff with an easy victory against a weaker field. But he did give Sorority Prank all he could handle, but Sorority Prank did end up pulling away a little bit at the end. So this one's good. He looks like the inside speed, and may get some pressure here from Pascal Moon. We'll see, and that's the key to the race. The 3, Hey Toby. Okay, Toby can do either. He can try to challenge Sorority Prank or sit off. I would assume that he's going to sit off a little bit, hope that a horse like Pascal Moon does the dirty work for him. But it was a nice comeback for him, as he didn't have, well, he did run a 3rd, but his other race in New York wasn't as good. But he came back to Finger Lakes and looked good winning that race. So nicely timed ride by Andre. But now he comes back against Sorority Prank. He's kind of got to hope for a little help in here, as Sorority Prank's a little bit better than he is. But if Pascal Moon does help him out a little bit, Hey Toby could pull off the minor upset. And he does look like the main threat to Sorority Prank in this race. Now, yeah, Pascal Moon is the key to the race. Can he hang around too? He does have early speed. And last time in a sprint, he wasn't able to anywhere near the lead, but he stretches out here. And at a mile, you notice his 7 furlong race is right on his paper. He does usually get the lead. I don't know if he's as fast as Sorority Prank, but he'll be fast enough to press that one and keep that one honest, and maybe he can hang around at the end if they don't go too fast. But maybe he's the one that challenges Sorority Prank early. And he does have some class. It's not like this horse doesn't have his credentials. He was running against 20,000s and 12.5s at Gulfstream Park. So not impossible is Pascal Moon. He's at odds of 7 to 1. The other one getting play is the 4, Big Rich. Big Rich, really no excuses lately, except for, maybe he didn't want 6 furlongs. He seems like he's more of a router. He was in that race with Hey Toby, but he stumbled at the start. He does have an excuse, but he's going to have to run a lot better to turn the tables on that one and be able to beat Sorority Prank, but maybe a chance to be 2nd or 3rd in the 3rd race. We start the pick 4 with this race. We also start a pick 3, Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double, also available here.
Here's the field for the third sorority, Prank and Andre Worry. Number 2 is Pascal Moon and Jose Baez. Number 3 is Hey Toby with Ray Lou Gutierrez into ride. Number 4, Big Rich, Joel Cruz. And number 5 is Drinking Solo. Chris Russell partners up. Post time in about 3 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Hey Toby going up. Big Rich and Drinking Solo still behind the gate. Big Rich goes in, Drinking Solo to the outside. They're all the gate. And they're off. Looks like a very competitive start. It's Sorority Prank who jets out for the lead. Pascal Moon and Hey Toby are on the outside. Hey Toby's up into second. Pascal Moon's in third. Big Rich is to the inside of Drinking Solo. That's the 5 of them and about 6 lengths from front to last as they circle around the first turn. Sorority Prank's calling the shots on the front end. Has the lead by a half length as Hey Toby will try to inject some pace into the race in third. Big Rich the outside of Pascal Moon. Third and fourth, and a gap of 2 to Drinking Solo, who trails the field. First quarter mile in a casual 24 4/5. It's Sorority Prank on top. The lead's a half length. Hey Toby prompting outside second. Pascal Moon covered up in third. Big Rich 3 wide fourth, 3 off the lead, and a gap of 5 lengths to Drinking Solo, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the far turn. It's Sorority Prank who leads by 3 parts of a length with 3 furlongs to go. Hey Toby takes another crack at Sorority Prank on the turn. Pascal Moon is nudged upon in third. Big Rich is in fourth and 6 lengths off the lead, and 7 lengths to Drinking Solo, who trails the field. As they arrive at the top of the stretch, Hey Toby takes over from Sorority Prank. Hey Toby's homeward bound and opens up by a length and a half. Sorority Prank cannot keep up in second. Pascal Moon races in third. 1 furlong to go, and it's Hey Toby who scampers clear by 6 lengths. Sorority Prank's in second. Pascal Moon in third. A top-notch performance from Hey Toby. Sorority Prank second. Pascal Moon third. Drinking Solo fourth. 3125. Number 3, Hey Toby first. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, Hey Toby. New York bred, 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Alpha Ada Divadora. 10 Strike Racing. And Corey Molis Racing owns. Jeremiah Engelhardt trains. And Ray Lou Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Suzanne Hooper and James Hooper bred Hey Toby. 380 the winning mutual. Exacta $7, double $8.50, 50-cent try $3.30. Diam Super $1.83. Fourth race Finger Lakes. Scratch number 6 gonna be surprised. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time in 23 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 4. And okay, now I'm in the paddock for race number 4. Some technical issues there. Going back to the 3rd race, and you know, the match race. Hey, Toby turned it into a 1-horse race as Raylu, looking back, had Sorority Prank measured and got the victory. Not a surprise that he won. It's how he won. He dominated Sorority Prank in that 2-horse race. Raylu Gutierrez for Jeremiah Engelhard. The late money was smart. That one actually going off the sleigh favorite over Sorority Prank at odds of 4-5. As we go to the 4th, this one starts the late pick 5. We scratch the 6. Gonna be surprised. Some early money on the 7, Starship Kit Kat, switching to Joel Cruz, who's having a phenomenal year. This one, though, has had some issues and was a little erratic last time. Still hasn't been proven to like the Durs. Beat 2 horses. First start over the track, second start beat 3 horses, but she is making up some ground. Easier field today for Starship Kit Kat. That's not the one I put on top. I took a shot in here, a little bit of an upset, although it is taking some money now. 6-1 morning line. Sweet Carol James right now on the board at 3-1. Looks like the possible speed of the race. This one drops back to 5,000. Her first career start, she showed very good early speed, doing a 22 and change first quarter before fading. Then was put over her head against the special weights, catching a couple off tracks. So she'll add blinkers and drop back down to 5,000, but catches a race that doesn't have any real good early speed, which makes Sweet Carol James a strong player, or should be a strong chance anyway. 6-1 morning line. She is getting some play actually at odds of 5-2. Slow Ready, a logical horse in here. She's got odds of 7-2. She just got beat by a better horse. Stella Brown would beat this field. That's kind of how you got to look at it. So she's had a couple starts at the bottom. The other race, she caught mud on July 7th, plus was against the racetrack on the speed day that only my dreams took advantage of. And the horses that were second and third, Stella Brown and Chizoteka, came back to win. Of course, Stella Brown was the one that beat her, where she finished second. So that race on July 7th turned out to be a pretty good race. So remember, that was over that speed favoring off track. So it just shows she ran better last time to get up for second behind Stella Brown. They don't have to worry about that rival today. Very logical horse is Slow Ready. Frisbee Bee is the other one getting some action. She's inside. Did flash a little speed last time, but they went 23 and she was part of that early pace that went pretty slow. And it's still a closer one, Chizateca. So no real excuse for Frisbee B, but she could improve off of that race second time at 5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 5 starts with race number 4.
Coming on the track, fourth race at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Frisbee B and Kevin Navarro. Number 2 is Fauve with Luis Pena. Number 3, Sweet Carol James, Chris Russell. Number 4 is Harley, Andre Worry aboard. Number 5, Slow Ready, and Hemon Harkey. And number 7, Starship Kit Kat, Joel Cruz in the irons. Post time in just a few. approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 fillies and mares, maiden claimers to go 6 furlongs. 8-5 on number 1, Frisbee B. Fove going up. Sweet Carol James. Harley. Slow Ready. Starship Kit Kat. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Slow Ready, Starship, Kit Kat, and Frisbee B, the quickest out of the starting gate. And they're across the track early on. Sweet Carol James improving up into 4th, then a length back to Fove, who's a half length in front of Harley, who's at the back of the pack. Starship Kit Kat up the backstretch has a lead by a little over a length, now a length and a half. Over Slow Ready, who defers in 2nd. Sweet Carol James picks up a spot in 3rd. Frisbee B towards the inside 4th, 4.5, 5 off the lead. Then a gap of 4 lengths back to Fove, who's a length and a half in front of Harley, who's at the tail of the field. 3 furlongs to go. Starship Kit Kat on top by a length and a half. Slow Ready now to the outside in 2nd. In 3rd, Sweet Carol James, 4 lengths off the lead. Frisbee B, niggled upon, not keeping up right now in 4th. And then it's Fove to the inside of Harley at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Starship Kit Kat whips him in, has a lead by a length. Over Slow Ready is trying to run that one down to the outside 2nd. Sweet Carol James up the inside 3rd, 1 furlong to go. Starship Kit Kat shaking up, but it's Slow Ready. Slow Ready able to wrestle that lead away from Starship Kit Kat, and it's Slow Ready victorious. Starship Kit Kat 2nd, Sweet Carol James 3rd, and Fove 4th. Five, 7, 3, 2. Number 5, Slow Ready first. 6 furlongs, 116.05. Slow Ready pays $8 to win. Fourth race official, Slow Ready back to the winner's circle. 7th career start, a lucky one for this New York bred. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Leo Frick out of China Rider. Ivory Sisters Racing and Matthew Cohen, the ownership. Stacy Torelli, the winning trainer. Evan Harkey, the winning jockey. Ivory Sisters Racing and DJC Stable, bred Slow Ready. Double 21.40, exacta 35.60, 50-cent trifecta $47, dime super $25, dollar pick 3 or 50-cent pick 3 rather, $8.90 for the winning combination of 1, 3, and 5. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 7, Johnny No Time. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 5 in about 21 minutes at 3:19 p.m.
All right, got about 8 minutes post for the 5th race after Slow Ready able to just get by Starship Kit Kat to get the victory in the 4th. Another one for Heeman Harkey. He gets the victory for Torelli and the Niz. Slow Ready getting it done today at a big price of 3-1. Actually, I say that because I expected that horse to be the favorite. She looked good in victory chasing down the speed. 5,000 maiden claimer is the 5th. It goes a distance of 5.5 furlongs. We are going to start the late pick 4 with this race. See some early money on the 5 Whiskey Friends. Got a few drop downs in this race. You got Whiskey Friends. You got Dracula makes a drop. That one's getting some play too. On the outside, you got King Spirit dropping from 11, and Burning Money also drops from the 11,000 level. So it is a good version of the 5,000s because you do have a bunch of them that are dropping way down. Even the inside horses dreaming along with me and busting out of here, they're all dropping. So it is a tough 5,000 considering how many droppers you got in this race. I did lean towards Dracula, probably one of the better bred horses in the field by Authentic. The Dam was unraced, but was a have to. Awesome Humor was a multiple graded stakes winner. Actually, I think won a grade 1 as well. They paid $85,000 for Dracula, and first start was his best start, going a sprint in the mud, and he was chasing a 21 and 44. The way the times are today, I don't think he's got to worry about chasing the 21 and 44, as they'll do more like a 23 and 47, as the track is a little slower today. But Dracula looks like one of the main contenders here. Whiskey Franz mentioned should be listed as a first-time gelding. Was gelded since the last race in January, and also will go first-time Lasix for this race. So pulling out all the stops for Whiskey Franz, and the big thing is dropping here to 5 off the 3rd place finish in New York. Very logical horse is Whiskey Franz, and that's really the only other one getting play. Seems like all the early money is on Dracula or Whiskey Franz, 2 of the drop downs in this race. The 10 is getting some play, doesn't have the best post here. Talking about King Spirit. But once upon a time, this horse was looking good. First start back over the track. Ran second to Banker Blaney. Banker Blaney, you know, a 5-time winner over this racetrack this year. So no shame there. Unfortunately, the 2 of them have been going in 2 different directions, as this one hasn't been able to hit the board, but now gets class relief again, and would be no surprise, but does have to overcome that outside post. So got about 5 minutes to post here for the 5th. Again, we start the late pick 4. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double offered in this race.
Coming on the track, 5th race, Finger Lakes. Start of the late pick 4. Here's your field. Number 1, Dream Along With Me, and Nasario Alvarado. Number 2, Bustin' Outta Here, and Andre Worry. Number 3, Destin of Robin, Laird Bailey. Number 4, Dracula, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5, Whiskey Friends, Caber Koa is the jockey. Number 6, Stimuli, Jose Ventura. Number 8 is 10 Run Rule, Kristen Navarro. Number 9, Burning Money with Heaven Harkey. And number 10 is King Spirit. Jeremiah Flores calling the shots. Post time in just a few. Horses beginning their approach to the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9 to go 5 1/2 furlongs. 3 to 2 right now. Number 5, Whiskey Friends. 2 to 1 on number 4, Dracula. Riders off, Destin of Robin. Looks like one of the assistant starters got banged up. He is walking to the track ambulance where EMTs can take a look at him. Does look all right, but still banged up nonetheless. Hopefully he'll be okay. Loading up once again. Dream Along With Me is in. Busting out of here. 8 to 5 favorite now. Number 4, Dracula. 2 to 1 on both the 5, Whiskey Friends, and number 10, King Spirit. Dracula. Stimuli. King Spirit going up. Ten-run rule and burning money. Burning money. The last to load up. And they're off. It's Burning Money and King Spirit going out for the lead, but now it's busting out of here and Dream Along With Me towards the inside. Dream Along With Me with a slender lead. Busting out of here is in second. King Spirit outside third. Burning Money fourth. To the outside of Stimuli in fifth. Then a couple lengths back to Whiskey French is the outside of Dracula. Those two about 5 lengths off the lead. 3.5 lengths to 10-run rule, who is in second last. And Destina Robbins at the tail of the field. Busting out of here now has the front end by a half length over King Spirit second. Dream Along With Me drops back. Whiskey Friends ranging up to the outside with Burning Money. They're third and fourth. Dracula follows those two in fifth, and it's Stimuli dropping back as Dream Along With Me. Then it's Destined of Robin in second last as they arrive at the top of the home stretch, and it's Whiskey Friends in the far outside striking the front over King Spirit, who's to the outside of busting out of here second and third as Dracula has nowhere to go as Burning Money is only about a half length off the lead into second. Burning Money and Whiskey Friends, these two will decide it. Burning Money's game along the inside, and Burning Money outruns Whiskey Friends to the finish. Dracula an unlucky third, busting out of here fourth. Upset in the fifth. Number 9, Burning Money first. Second, number 5, Whiskey Friends. Third, number 4, Dracula. Fourth, number 2, Bustin' Out of Here. 9542, 5.5 furlongs, 107.80. Back to the winner's circle, number 9, Burning Money. New York bred 3-year-old duck brown gutting by Munnings that have overheated. Dark Horse Racing Stable owns. Ronald Breed Jr. trains. Hemon Harkey with a riding double today. Mahoney Eden Manor, Dark Horse Racing Stable. and H. Michael Riley Jr. bred Birding Money. It's official. 28.60 the winning mutual. Daily double $147. Exacta $95.50. 50-cent try $94. Dime superfecta $137.45. 50-cent pick 3 $118.62. Pick 5 5 of 5 $743.25. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch part of the entry, the 1A, Oh Mrs. Maisel. And scratch number 5, 1010. Hind Shoes On, the 8, Lady Loban. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 6 in about 18 minutes at 3:51 p.m.
All right, horses are in the paddock for the 6th race. A little bit of an upset. Burning Money, one of the drop downs in that race, finally gets a good trip, and Harkey able to get that one home on the drop in class for Ronnie Breed Jr. Big price in there at odds of 13-1. Big pick 5 of $700. That was the only one that made it. 6th race scratched the 1A. Oh, Mrs. Basil scratched the 5-10-10. A couple of the horses that would have been forwardly placed. There isn't a lot of pace left in race number 6. Look at some of the contenders in here. The 8 is a little bit of a tricky read. It comes in here for the top trainer. She was running in route races on the Tapeta at Gulfstream and running competitively against a little bit tougher competition. Before that, she was going mile distances at Aqueduct and did win a race at the 2 Lifetime condition, a little bit better than these. So numbers-wise, she's better. Even on the dirt, her numbers are better. Just a matter of really the distance for one thing and getting the trip. This one at odds of 5-2. Again, real tricky read against our 11-9s. The 2-horse, Ruby's Mission, might be a good price horse in here. As I expect her to be closer to the pace today, especially at 6 furlongs. She didn't have the best start last time. Actually, the last 2 times, she hasn't broke all that sharp, and she's found herself with too much to do. So really, if she could get out of the gate and get into the race early, there's not a lot of speed in here, and that might put her closer, especially at 3/4. 50% of her wins are at 6 furlongs, and she was hitting the board at 3/4 when she was in for the waiver claim at this level earlier in the year. And she hit the board last time too, even though that isn't really the way she likes to run, from sit back and make a run. She's more of a get in the race early and hang around. And she draws the rail here, and she's at odds of right now at 8-1. The 3-horse, very logical. Probable favorite in here is Carol Said No. Ran good last time behind a Much the Best winner. Light Thoughts just kind of laid over that field. The horse was tons the best against that group. And Carol Said No, just kind of sat back and made a run to pass some of the tire ones. But she should like the 6 furlongs. The extra half furlong's only going to help. Both her career wins have been going 6 furlongs, so it should help, and she'll be a little closer too in the race. She's very likely to at least hit the board in this group. Red Butterfly's the other one that has some room to improve, although her numbers aren't that good, even though she's facing allowance horses. She's not hitting the board the last 2 times last year and the first start this year, but this is her 2nd start of the year. She's got Sophia on her, and I think the drop to the 11-9 is significant enough that puts her in the number as a contender. She's getting some play. These connections, Ferraro and Sophia Vivas, they've been doing well, winning at a good percentage. Not sure if 6 furlongs is her best distance, but the slight drop puts her in the mix against this field. So I'm going to use her 4th. I mean, I could use any of the 4 horses I mentioned. I went with the 8, 2, 3, and 1. Exacta Tri, Super Daily Double, and the pick 3 starts with this race.
Coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Red Butterfly, Sofia Vivez, the rider. Skip to the 3, Kirill Said No, and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 4 is Nurse Bunny and Jeremias Flores. Number 6, Shahana, Andre Worry. Number 7, Practical Rachel, Kevin Navarro. And number 8, Lady Lauban and Caber Koa. Already on the turn, number 2, Ruby's Mission and Michael Davila Jr. Post time in just a few. Fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares going 3/4 of a mile. Claimers, non-winners of 3. No strong favorite, 5-2 on the outside. Number 8, Lady Lauban. 3-1, number 6, Shahana. 7-2 on Red Butterfly, and Carol Said No. Loading up, race 6. Nurse Bunny. Red Butterfly. Shahana. Practical Rachel. And Lady Lauban to the outside, and Cabercoa. Lady Lauban going up and in. They're all in the gate, and Nurse Bunny's fractious. Settles. Look ready here. And they're off. It's Shahana and those white blinkers who sends out for the lead. Nurse Bunny flashing early speed. Lady Lauban outside third. And Red Butterfly, pink blinkers in fourth. And then it's Carol Said No in fifth. Ruby's Mission races 6, 7 off the lead. And a length and a half back to Practical Rachel, who's in the 7th and trailing position. Shahana's on the front end and has a clear lead. Let's call it 3. Nurse Bunny up the inside in second. Lady Lauban in between runners. Ruby's Mission with a middle move on the outside up into third. 3 lengths off the lead. Now up into second is Ruby's Mission. Near the back part of the field, Carol Said No is advancing, passing Nurse Bunny. And then it's Red Butterfly, and Practical Rachel trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. And Ruby's Mission's made a big move for the front end. Will try and sustain that move. Is to the outside of Shahana. Carol Said No is to the grandstand side. And then it is Lady Lauban in fourth. They got 3/16 to go. And Shahana opens up again. Shahana has the lead by 2 over Ruby's Mission in second. Then it's Carol Said No and Lady Lauban. 16th to go. It's Shahana. Shahana bet down as a 2-1 favorite. Draws clear to win by 5. Ruby's Mission second. Lady Lauban third. Carol Said No fourth. Six, 2, 8, 3. Number 6, Shahana coming back to the winner's circle. New York bred 4-year-old chestnut filly by Solomini out of Halo's Surprise. My Purple Haze Stables owns Chris Engelhart trains Andre Worried, the winning jockey, Andy Beadnell, Brad Shahana. Final running time 112.90. $660 the winning mutual, 6 race official, daily double 124.50. Exacted 22.60, 50-cent try, $32.12. Dime super, $17.07. 50-cent pick four, $381 even. 7th race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 3, Banco Medici, and the 6th, Big Prankster. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and a late daily double wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 23 minutes at 4:23 p.m.
Okay, we're in the paddock for the 7th race. And looking back at the 6th, Shahana, yeah, put that into perspective. The horse ran 112 and 4 basically, and on a regular day that seems like a good 6 furlong time. Well, today, I mean, they've been running 115 and 116, the cheaper claimers, for the 6 furlong distance. So that horse was 3 seconds quicker than everybody else. I think on a regular day, that horse might have been 109 or 110. So you put that in perspective. The way as slow as this track has been, for that horse to go 112 and change. So obviously it's all relative when you talk about how fast the times are in a day, and relatively speaking, that was really quick. Andre Worry got the victory for Chris Engelhart, and I'd say Shahana ran even better today. I think that race was over when that horse got the easy lead, but he came home quick. Okay, 7th race, never won 3 condition, 11 to 9 is the claiming price. Goes 5.5 furlongs, and same connections as the winner of the 6. My Purple Haze Stable, Chris Engelhart, and Andre Worry's on the 1 horse, Aries Magic. You got 2 for the price of 1 here, though. You can actually make a case for both of them. Aries Magic didn't win by much, and it was an easier field in a sense. I mean, it's a glorified 2 lifetime allowance race that he won, and I think that's why you see the drop off of the win. Because the field wasn't really that good for an allowance fields, and Chris Engelhart knows where to spot him. But with that said, it's not tougher than the field that he won, and he's probably going to improve off of the race as well. Second time over the track for Engelhart's always been a pretty good angle here, so I would expect Aries Magic to be awfully tough going in for a tag here at the 11 to 9 level. And yeah, 3 to 5. I did not think you were going to get 7 to 2 on a Chris Engelhart horse that's dropping off of a win. Creation of Adam stays at the same claiming price and moves to the 3 lifetime, and that was his first start off the layoff, so the race is better than it looks. I know he took advantage of a track that was speed favorite, and it was basically him and Paint the Line just had a match race around the track on a speed favorite day at 6 furlongs. He generally has gone longer during his career, but he shortens up today to 5.5, and another obvious player. I mean, this is a strong entry for Chris Engelhart, and that's why they're at 3 to 5 right now. And yeah, 7 to 2, you're not going to get that this time. Yes, I thought might be the main contender to this horse, and he's going to be a little value because I think the other horse that's going to get play is Bustino Santino, and he's at the mercy of that. Has to get the lead, and I'm not sure if with last drink in here he's going to have it easy. But yeah, he's dangerous if front speed does get better here late in the day. But this time, yes, the other stablemate is just as tough. Now, when you see 2 from the same barn, generally the owner horse does better, and that's Bustina Santino. But numbers-wise, this time, yes, even though he stepped up out of a $5,000 race, he's better. And he comes off a second-place finish to Coin Jar, who just got away, just kind of followed the leader of that race. But he ran off the screen when he ran for 5. It's not like this is a 5,000 claimer run that got claimed that's running for 11 to 9. This horse is running against tougher, and this is the right level for him. He should be tough. Same as Bustino Santino. I mean, you got 2 of them. You got 2 of them for Engelhart, 2 of them for Barrow. They look like the race here, all the main contenders. But Bustino Santino, I just don't have an excuse last time. But it's the same thing as this stable had a horse yesterday going 5.5. The horse was just stopping late at 6 furlongs, but won yesterday going 5.5. A speed horse. So Bustino Santino fits the same profile as the horse yesterday, and from the same barn, and would be no surprise if he does end up winning the race. But I would demand a better price, especially with the entry of Chris Engelhart. But he's another one that if he can get the lead and can shake loose from this field, he could be gone, and he could be tough in here. But you do have Last Drink in here, who's got some speed, and Creation of Adam actually showed speed in his first start off of a long layoff. So with 2 of them in there for Engelhart, that one is probably going to flash some speed, and that's the key. Does Bustino Santino get a clear lead in here, or can one of those 2 horses challenge him early? because Union Navy's a closer, and of course the stablemate is going to sit off as well. It's obviously dangerous if he does get the front. Those are the three main contenders, basically four because there's two for the price of one. 145 box them if you want, if you're trying for a little more value. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7. We scratched the 3 and the 6.
Coming on the track, 7th race, Finger Lakes. First half of the entry is the one Ari's Magic with Andre Worry. Other half of the entry, number 1A, Creation of Adam with GM Rohina. Number 2 is Union Navy and Kevin Navarro. Number 4, This Time Yes, with Emmanuel De Diego. Number 5, Bustino Santino, Jeremias Flores up. And number 7, Last Drink, Hammond Harkey, the riding assignment. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Horses have reached the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6, 5 betting interests going 5 1/2 furlongs, 3 to 4 on the entry of Ari's Magic and Creation of Adam. 2 to 1 on number 5, Bustino Santino. Last drink going up. Then the entry mates are drawn to the outside. Ari's Magic, white blinkers. 1 to 2 in here for my Purple Haze Stables. And then Creation of Adam to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Creation of Adam wins the break-in, jets out for the lead. Last drink is flashing early speed. This time, yes, is towards the inside as it's Bustino Santino's outside of him in a joint third with this time, yes. 3 more lengths back to Union Navy, who's about 4 lengths in front of Ari's Magic, who's at the back of the pack as they get ready to take on the turn. It's Last Drink, who's to the inside of Creation of Adam. They're clear by 2. Bustino Santino improving in third. 2 more lengths. This time, yes, mid-pack in fourth. 3 lengths to Union Navy. And Ari's Magic will attempt to warm up to the task on the outside. Still about 11 lengths off the lead as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Last Drink, Creation of Adam, joined by Bustino Santino, is on the outside in third. Ari's Magic's on the extreme outside, who's closing in there with this time, yes. 1 furlong to go. Bustino Santino now assumes command. Ari's Magic's on the grandstand side, closing in stoutly. 16th to go. Bustino Santino, Ari's Magic, Creation of Adam. Here's the winning line. Bustino Santino able to get there in time, defeating Ari's Magic, Creation of Adam, and this time, yes. Number 5, Bustino Santino first, photo for second. 5 1/2 furlongs, 106.36. To the winner's circle, number 5, Bustino Santino. New York bred, 5-year-old dark brown gelding by Bustin Stones out of Amule. Roddy Valente is the owner. Paul Barrow, the trainer. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. 2 wins on the card for trainer Paul Barrow. So Ari's Magic was second, the 1. Third, the 1A, Creation of Adam. Fourth, number 4, This Time Yes. Fifth, number 2, Union Navy. Entry goes second and third, so it's Super 5142, the unofficial combination there. $660 the winning mutual, exacta $16.60, daily double $24.80, 50-cent try $7.35, dime super $2.27. Eighth and final Finger Lakes, scratch both halves of the entry. The 1 Sweet Tooth Sue and the 1A MAS Screws. Put Carlos Camilo on number 8 Cupright. Exacta trifecta superfecta wagering. Post time in 22 minutes at 4:54 p.m. Late overweight, number 5, Island Ride, 2 over. Late overweight, number 5, Island Ride, 2 over.
All right, getting ready for the 8th race, and yeah, Bustino Centino getting first run. That was a nice trip for Jeremiah's Flores. Actually sat off of the pace of last drink at Creation of Adam, and it's a smart move. He got first run as Aries Magic, found himself with too much to do at 5.5 furlongs, and Bustino Santino able to get the victory. So that's Flores for Paul Barrow in a bounce back effort for Bustino Santino. Now we do have a couple scratches in the 8th, both parts of the 1 entry for the final race on today's card. Just remember, no live racing the rest of this week. We have live racing continuing on Monday with a 1 o'clock first post, so we'll be off for the weekend. Everybody have a nice weekend. Still come by. We have simulcast wagering here at Finger Lakes. I'll start with Island Ride, a very logical horse as this horse drops again. Ran 4th against allowance horses and then dropped to face the 11 and 9s, and then drops again today. Now, yeah, Carol said no in Ruby's Mission. They ran okay in that condition earlier, but the big thing is the reduction of value to 5 automatically makes this horse a player. My Royal Vow is the late runner in here. Comes off a 4th place finish last time, a beaten favorite. It was actually another closer that won the race. The closers were 1-2, so wasn't one of his better efforts. Now, she doesn't love the off track like you think that she should. She's by Broken Vow, but she's never been in the top 2 in her 3 starts on and off track. So maybe that's, even though Broken Vow's always been an A sire for the off track, maybe she doesn't like it as much. But she did have a couple second place finishes behind next out winners. Maybe it's a Broken Vow that doesn't really love an off track. But I would expect her to run well here against this competition. It is only 5.5 furlongs, as you see with Aries Magic. It's sometimes you find yourself with too much to do, but she shouldn't be that far out of it. Grab the Glory is the 6 horse, and Grab the Glory has some room to improve. She's in for the waiver claim again, and although the field that she comes out of is not very good, but they did a decent time for the day. At least the winner did. Amalada Lady went on with it, but it turns out she wasn't as competitive. But second start off the layoff, I would expect her to run a lot better here, and you can't throw out these connections anyway. This one right now at odds of 5-1, you are going to get a little value just because. Now, Cupra is the A horse. She's getting some play, but remember, there's a jockey change as Luis Perez scratched earlier in the day, so he decided to get off this one too. I don't know if that spells good for Cupra, as you will get a different rider, but the water gets deeper here, and she's not going to get the same kind of run like she did last time as the main speed. That's some of the contenders for the final race on the card. Exacta Try is super offered. Again, scratch both parts of the 1 entry.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track, 8th and final Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 2, Hillbilly Lady and Joel Cruz. Number 3 is Tracy's Girl and Laird Bailey aboard. Number 4, Kitty Tin Tin and Hemin Harkey. Number 5, Island Ride, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 6, Grab the Glory and Caber Koa. Number 7, My Royal Vow. With Jeremiah's Flores, the jockey. And already on the turn is the 8 Cupright and a jockey change to Carlos Camilo. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. fillies and mares are at the gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Kitty Tin Tin, Island Ride, Grab the Glory, and Cupright. They're all in the gates. And they're off. It's Island Ride who dashes out for the lead. Grab the Glory flashing early speed in second. My Royal Vow outside third. Cupright even further out in fourth. Then 2 lengths to Kitty Tin Tin, who's to the outside of Hillbilly Lady. And Tracy's Girls in some tight quarters at the back of the pack and 7.5 lengths off the lead. Island Ride leads this group into the turn. Lily leads a length and a half. My Royal Vow, Grab the Glory in pursuit, second and third. 3 lengths back to Cupright fourth, who's 3 lengths in front of Kitty Tin Tin in fifth. Hillbilly Ladies in second last, and Tracy's Girl trails the field and about 11 lengths off the lead. As they wind their way to the quarter pole, My Royal Vow has taken over the lead. My Royal Vow, as they turn into the stretch, has the advantage on Island Ride in second. Grab the Glory and Kitty Tin Tin and Cupright bearing down outside third, fourth, and fifth, but still about 8 lengths off the lead of My Royal Vow. My Royal Vow opens up by about 4 lengths over Island Ride. Kitty Tin Tin's up into third, but it's My Royal Vow. My Royal Vow wins convincingly. Island Ride holds second, Kitty Tin Tin third, Cupright fourth. In the winner's circle, My Royal Vow. New York bred, 6-year-old chestnut mare by Broken Vow out of Royale Rose. Darren Schwartz and Jeff Siskin, the owners. Paul Barrow, the trainer. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. It's 3 wins for trainer Paul Barrow and a riding double for Flores. $5 to Winning Mutual. Double 26.60, exacta 13.60. 50-cent try, $14.37. Dime Super, $6.97. Pick 3, $25.87. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $426.75. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $2,317.75. Eighth race at Finger Lakes in the books for a Wednesday. Next live racing date is Monday.